Okay? Okay. We're back. Let's do it. Let's do it. We got streams to make up for. There we go. Hi. Hello everyone. Hello. Happy it's Thursday, right? Yes, it is Out of Touch Thursday, and we are back. Hello. I hope everyone had a good weekend. I hope everyone taking care and gotten some rest. I hope the week has been treating you well. Happy autumn, everyone. It officially turned autumn on Monday. Very, very appropriate, if I do say so myself. And yes, it is now officially the cozy season. It is time for holidays. It is time for drinks. It is time for festive food and candy and blankets and just chill. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Stanton. Hello, lurkers. Hello, VOD watchers. I hope you are doing well. How are you? How was your weekend? How has your week been treating you? I hope it has been good. I am already ready for second weekend, or for second vacation. Honestly, I only have 2 weeks, or 2 days of work this week, which is good, because I think if it were a full work week, I would strangle somebody. Hello, Mage! Happy Thursday. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. First, Halloween decorations. Okay, the only reason that I take issue with that is I feel like a lot of people sort of shove September out of the way to get to October. I'm like, no, you let September have its day. I suppose technically it's Monday. You don't get to get rid of it until I'm done with it. It gets one more weekend. And then it will be time for all of the spooky decorations and festivities that you want. I am here for it. I am ready for it. But wait your damn turn. It's my month and I'm gonna celebrate it. Though on that subject, Halloween's okay if I hear them thumb Mariah before halfway through to yeah, we'll wrap. Oh, 100%. I am. Yeah, no. I don't know. It's like, I feel like the way that we have it going now, like Halloween takes up pretty much the entire month of October, right? Which I think is fun. It just sort of turns it into a month-long festival. That's great. I think that's a ton of fun. I think that's the way that we should do it. And then, yeah, November's a little bit weird because we have Thanksgiving, which is... I'm trying to remember, because I'm trying to remember if even Canada celebrates something equivalent to Thanksgiving. I feel like they have something sort of similar, but I don't know. To me, it just sort of becomes like a less spooky focused fall season. It's just kind of like, yeah, you get out the colorful leaves and the cornucopia, and you just find an excuse to have a good meal somewhere in there. It's like, sweet. This works for me. This is good. And then, once you get to December, you bust out the holiday decorations, right? If you want to play Mariah Carey on loop, go for it. Go for it. I'm sick of it. I don't want to hear it. But, you know, everyone's going to celebrate the holidays in their own way. Everyone has their own traditions, and you do you. But yeah, let every part have its time. It works because we get to enjoy it in stages, right? And I feel like, I don't know, especially with Halloween and Christmas being at the respective ends of their months, trying to put it for too long, I feel like it leads to fatigue. You know, that you're just kind of like sitting there. You're just trying to be festive and merry for over a month, and it's like, no. Stressing with work, I put in next Friday off to get my Digimon fix, and they have yet to tell me. You should send them an email tomorrow just being like, hey, just reminding you guys I'm taking next Friday off. Like, it's not a permission thing. I feel you though. I'm very frustrated because I took a week. I took a whole week off and I got back and I'm 2 hours in and I'm like, I need another vacation. Oh, I don't. You know that meme from the community of the guy coming into the apartment with pizza and just like everything is on fire, one guy is on the ground and they're giving him CPR? That's what it felt like. I felt like I came back to just problems, and I'm just... Guys, I take vacations because I feel like I can actually trust things to be held down while I'm not here. Please. Please. I don't know. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It was just a very frustrating day. It was like, I'm super glad it's the weekend tomorrow. I'm super glad that I just have one more day that we're just gonna wrap some shit up and then I can go to bed. But yeah, on that note, I did do a little bit more polishing of the Halloween stuff, the October stuff, while I was out of town. I've got a few more things set up. It's all looking good. There is one thing that I am looking to have ready. Might be a little bit late if I can't figure it out this weekend, but I'm gonna try and test it. I'm gonna try and get it up and going, and hopefully everything will be ready for next Thursday, which will be October 2nd. It'll be when we debut the Halloween stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm very happy with how it's coming along, and I hope you guys are excited to see it. This is not, I am taking next Friday off. I am no longer asking. Yes, exactly. It's like, I don't know. Obviously, I should never advocate for people doing stuff that'll get them in trouble, but it's like, you did your part. You put in the request beforehand, and it's not your fault that they haven't gotten back to you. But yeah, so I was out of town. I went to go see some family over the weekend. We mostly just hung out. We just kind of chilled. We did a little birthday dinner. It was very nice. It was very nice. Not really worrying about stuff. I was kind of, I don't know. I kind of wasn't in the mood, or I didn't have the mojo to get much drawing done over the weekend, but I kind of found the mood for it right near the end, and I think we're back to normal at this point. But honestly, I don't know. In some ways, it's kind of nice to just like go visit and not try and occupy the time with stuff, you know? Worry about the request mostly because it's the day after fall party not attending. I have to drive there and I'm not doing it sober, and because there's a stigma, you know, being out the day after party with an open bar. Because you're out and it's like, where are you? I'm lying in bed half dying. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I mean, that's when they schedule the party, and that's when you got your thing. Is It's just unfortunate timing, but it's not anyone's fault. Hello, Night. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good week. I hope you're ready for the weekend. It's so weird already, like making plans for the weekend. It feels like I skipped the entire week. It's super strange. Makes me make the party to curb the drinking. You know what else would curb the drinking? At a company party? You know what else would do that? Not having an open bar. I would start there. Ooh, 64. That's a good one. I'm not gonna start making plans to upgrade my computer. I should probably do 64 next time I upgrade, but I think I'm only running on 32, which is fine for most stuff. Is it 32? Yeah, it's 32. But nice, congrats on the upgrade. I don't remember the last time my company actually did. When was the last time we did a company party? It wasn't open bar. Not like I drank a lot, I only had a couple. That's the only reason I can stomach them with the anxiety. Who wants to be a pro with your bosses, bosses. Yeah, that's kind of fair. Admittedly, when I went to the company parties, usually my team would sort of... I think a lot of the teams would just sort of pal around as a group. There would be some intermingling, but yeah, I don't think I ever really, like, spoke that much with people up the chain. Which is probably good, because especially at this point, I don't know that I would have much to talk with them about that they would want to hear. Also, we went to a company party, boss got wasted, ended up drinking under table for $1,000. Sounds like a good deal to me. It's like the little rhyme goes. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. Why drink you under the table on company time? Yeah, I don't really miss company parties. I miss the food. I don't know. It was fun, and it was nice because most of my team is remote, like not at all in the area. So, you know, they flew people in for the party, and so I got to actually like meet people in the face to face, I should say, in the flesh. There we go. That's the other one. You know, many of whom I had not seen on anything other than my laptop screen. It's like, oh, you're much taller than I thought you were. Well, you know, there's an upside. There's a little positive to it. Yeah, 15 shots of Fireball sounds like... That's too much. No. Even when I liked Fireball, that's too much. Yeah, we're probably not gonna have a company party this year. I would be surprised if we did, but it's okay. It's okay. My team hangs out on Discord enough. That's like, I get to see them. I get to see them playing. Or at least chat. Yeah, I've had too much Fireball. Yeah, I'm not sure that's worth $1,000. Sounds like it just doesn't sound like a good time. Um, yeah, honestly, I don't have a lot to like report back from because we basically just hung out. We basically just chilled and talked about stuff and just kind of caught up on things. It was very nice. My family is not really a like get up and do stuff sort of group. We're much more content just kind of doing our thing. Sometimes you just need I $1,000? Sure. 15 shots of fireball? No. But yeah, thankfully we made it back. The drive there was not fun. There was just a lot of calm family. Yes, 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 definitely. Which I'm pretty sure the fireball would not help with that situation. I'm pretty sure that would kind of dissolve the calm family atmosphere. So if you split it up between you, it might help a lot. Ideas for later. But yeah, the drive down there was not a lot of fun. Just a lot of traffic, a couple real just fucking idiots. But, you know, we made it. Made it no worse for wear. I do need to get my car checked out because it started making a noise and I'm like, fuck. Put it on the list. Funny stories about what people do for 20 bucks. $20 in this economy. Let's start a video. I don't know. I think for some people, 20 bucks is just a perk. It's about the love of the game, you know? And that is all I will say on that. Okay, so it is a short week tonight. Tonight would be a very short week if it was just tonight. No, so we've only got 2 streams this week. We're gonna be doing some drawing tonight. We got that piece that we were working on. I definitely want to continue working on that, but I kind of had an idea for a birthday / start of fall drawing. I thought we would go ahead and sort of sketch that out. And if we're feeling it, then we'll work on that tonight. Maybe we can knock it out as a one-off. And if it's not quite vibing, then we just go back and work on the other thing. The thing that we've been chugging away on. We do have I think that's gonna be due, quote unquote, mid-October, so we got some time, and I think it is progressing really well. I'm not worried about getting it done on time. I say that, and then I'm gonna be fucking panicking, stressing, like, oh god, we're gonna go a little late to make sure this is as good as it can be. But I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I'm mostly just thinking, like, what's been going on? There's been a lot going on. I really don't want to. Bleh. I will say, I don't know. It's been a lot. I know this is going to be a really heavy topic, and I'm going to be watching this really closely because I don't want this to turn into something that's like, oh, we're going to have like a heated discussion on. But there's been a lot of censorship that has been rolling around. Some of it knee-jerk reactive, some of it seems to be preemptive, and it's been very stressful. It has been very unpleasant watching people get very wrongly affected, in my opinion, by the views of others, targeting them inappropriately. And I feel like people, you know, within reason, have the right to create and enjoy content that is, you know, perfectly legal. And it bothers me how much people that are doing everything the right way are still getting affected by it. So I don't know. That has not been fun, and that was kind of stressing me out over the weekend, just seeing some stuff happening with that. I'm like, people, get your shit together. I don't know, man. I don't know. Y'all humans are weird. Y'all weird. I don't know. Yeah, right. Well, why don't we go ahead and get drawing? We've got a lot to do. We've got a lot to work on. Ain't no time like the present to get started on it. Let me jump down over here and get my tablet up. Such a rate. It is true. It is true. And that is, I think, part of the beauty, right? I think that is part of what makes things so interesting and appealing, but also, comma, there is some real, there's a real fucking range in there. But also, comma. I feel like that would make a really good t-shirt. Just, but also. Alright, let me put my reference up over here. Just make it easy to jump back to. Perfect. Alright. So, I'm gonna go ahead and jump over here, even though I don't have it loaded up yet. No, bring that. Oh! Alright, good. Then we need to size it up. Alright. Thinking about, okay, I think what we'll do is we'll sketch this out, we'll see how it looks, how it feels, and then if it feels like we should do some sort of like non-uniform canvas dimensions, we'll do that. Otherwise, I think we'll just kind of rule with our vertical portrait. Let's go ahead and jump into it and see where things take us. I had a weird sort of little artistic realization, I might call it, the other day. Because I feel like I've gotten better at drawing noses. I don't know, a couple of the recent drawings, I feel like, especially the sketch process, I've gotten a lot better at like creating sketches of noses that actually like work and give me valuable information that I can play with. And it's super weird, but it also kind of makes sense in a strange way. I feel like a good way to sort of look at the definition of a nose, and especially depicting the nostril, is to sort of, oh, I need to start the time lapse on this one. Is to sort of look at the nostril not as a shape that needs to be brought in, but it is the absence of nose between the shapes that make the nose. Right, so you've got sort of the bulb in the middle, you've got the flares of the nostril. The nostrils are the space where those things don't exist. It is an absence rather than a form. I don't know why, but thinking about it that way has been like honestly really helpful. I'm like, all right, sure. Hang on, there's one particular leaf reference in here that... What? Okay, yes, we need 5. Well, I hope everybody has a very good weekend. I hope made you get that time off. I know that's next weekend, but I hope they do get off their fannies and respond to you. Certainly, I'm always... I don't know. I'm not a good employee because I do things very sort of... I will plan things out, but then when it comes to actually like doing the paperwork, you know, the part where we need to like let the appropriate people know and put in the request and put in the out of office notification, I'm like, fuck it, whatever, I don't care. I'll get to that. And then that part can end up coming in kind of late. I'm like, shit. It's a good thing that I'm not freelance. If I had to actually like, run a business myself, I think I would be terrible at it. As much as my work can be and is frustrating, I do consider myself to be very lucky to have it. You know, not just because it provides a lot of stability, but, you know, otherwise I would be freelance right now, you know? I would be probably looking for another job, but the stream would become my main structure. On the upside, that would mean that I could dedicate more time and resources to streaming. On the other hand, it would mean that I would become more dependent on the stream. You know, I would have to make decisions about the stream based on viability and profitability rather than because it's stuff that we like to do. Or just things that are fun to do or interesting. Let me look up a reference for this. Let's see if I can find... Alright, perfect. Perfect. Almost, anyway. Why are these all... They're all the wrong angle because they're selfies. Hang on, let me see if I can find a good reference to this. Okay, better. Nope, still backwards. You know what? It's fine. I can look at this and I can extrapolate it. It doesn't need to be perfect. This will be a good opportunity for some hand practice, actually. Always could use more of that. I did manage. I watched a little bit of Dress Up Darling while I was eating dinner, and that perked my mood right up. I love that show. I love that show. It's so funny, and those two, the two main characters are such lovable idiots. They're both so good. They're just good souls, and I love them, and I want the best for them. But also, they need to figure it the fuck out. But I'm pretty sure if either one of them tried to make the first move, the other one might just explode. I feel like they're both so, like, wound up at this point that the sudden release of tension in either direction could just prove, like, hypercritical. A little bit bigger. And by a little bit, I mean like... maybe something like that? One other thing, okay, so I did not get a chance to look at it while I was out of town. I do want to see about setting up the movie night. So I should be able to get access to the movie without much trouble. The main thing is gonna be, I wanna check in with everybody, do a poll or something on when is going to be a time that would be agreeable to everyone. Right? I don't want to be like, okay, we're gonna do it at this time, and then nobody can make that, right? That would kind of suck and defeat the entire point of it. So, keep an eye out on the Discord. When that would be a thing. I'll try and put out a poll. Let's aim for this weekend and hope for the best. I mean, kind of depending on how that goes, we can think about, we can look at doing some more. Where did the music go? I do have to give my little mini PC credit. So, last time I took it out of town, there were a couple of issues with it. Chief among them. So it turns out it did have its little Wi-Fi Bluetooth antenna installed in it. They had just never installed the drivers. So the rest of the computer didn't know that it existed. So, as far as the operating system was concerned, it had no Wi-Fi capability, which was not fun. But did get that part sorted out. And it handled fine in that regard. The thing that I was very surprised by was I was actually decently able to play No Man's Sky on it. I've never really tested its capability to do gaming before. I always kind of figured essentially what a mini PC is if you took a laptop and then took away all the peripherals, right? So no screen, no built-in keyboard, no trackpad. Just sort of took all the laptop components and then condensed it into a box rather than having it be large enough to have all of the interfacing pieces on it. I have not had a great track record with laptops' abilities to do gaming or high-end performance stuff before. So my expectations were very low, but yeah, was actually able to play No Man's Sky pretty well. I'd say the main sort of shortcomings that I noticed were texture load-in was pretty bad, pop-in was pretty bad. But the frame rate actually stayed surprisingly high. I did try playing a little bit of Warframe. It definitely did not like that as much. I had to crank everything down to low, and it seemed to do okay with it. The main thing was I wasn't able to actually... Like, I tried connecting to a game, and it kept disconnecting me. And I don't know if that was just something weird in the networking at the time, or if it was like the computer was hitting a limit. Admittedly, if the computer was hitting a hardware limit, it probably wouldn't be dropping me from the game. It probably would have been like chugging and wheezing. So yeah, I don't think it was... I think it could have run Warframe okay-ish if it weren't for whatever else was going on. But yeah, I gotta give the little fella credit. It performed much better than I think I expected it to. Good job, buddy. Hello, Sonic. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good week. It feels very weird to be starting on Thursday, but I hope it's been good, and happy fall. Go. Oh, I almost forgot to rely on Tuesday. It was very interesting. Well, I'm sorry, but I was driving home and I was very tired. Oh, I almost forgot to say. So today was the launch of both Hades 2 and Silent Hill F. I think it's just F, right? That's how you say it. I think it's F. The new Silent Hill game. Well, that's not supposed to be on. Hang on. What is that there? That's weird. Anyway. So, I've honestly been hearing good things about both games. Silent Hill seems to be sitting at a pretty good overall rating, which to me was an unknown. You know, Metal Gear Solid Delta. So Konami has Metal Gear Delta, which was a remaster. I can't remember if that one was outsourced. I think they had one other thing, but this was the first game that like Konami themselves, to my knowledge, had really been making since returning to the game industry. You know, they had sort of famously burned every bridge and departed because they were more interested in other pachinko related avenues and didn't seem particularly interesting game development at this point. Was it ear related? Did Mix It Up break again? God damn this thing. I bet it broke. Alright, let me restart it. So, I don't know. As much as I would... as much as I still harbor a little bit of bitterness towards Konami for how callous they were, I'm glad it is good. I'm glad it is a good game. I'm glad... Rather, I hope that people enjoy it. And from the sounds of things, Hades 2 is excellent. I think that was much less concerning. Though I am glad that Supergiant basically managed to come out of the two, I would call them the two aspects of their recent titles that I was like very concerned about. They seem to have escaped the worst case scenarios, shall we say. Because on one end, with the first Hades, you know, that went into early access, sort of around the time that I think early access was somewhat falling out of fashion, or you know, we had enough failure cases of early access that it didn't have the same sort of appeal that I think it did even a little bit ago. So when Supergiant said, yeah, we're gonna our next game is going to be an early access title, and we're going to do this, that, and that. And I was like, oh no. You know, I was very concerned at the time, but You know, I think they were one of the people that used it the way that it was supposed to be used. You know, they really sort of responded to feedback and iterated on the game and really like made it feel like something that people were contributing to and not just something that they were sort of using to get early money out of. And obviously the first Hades turned out to be very good and was very successful. And much joy. There was much rejoicing. Alright, I think this is enough sketching. I haven't saved yet. There we go. So yeah, obviously I was a little bit unsure around that one, but it turned out to be okay. But then Hades 2 had a little bit of concern as well, because like, oh, they're, you know, are they sort of cashing in on a successful game and making a sequel because sequel's sake, which is, you know, an understandable thing to be concerned about considering how often that exact behavior happens. And I was like, oh shit, no, please. Supergiant, do not go down that path. But it does seem like they had an actual, shall we say, a plan and intention with this game. You know, not just making something because it was popular, making a sequel to ride that wave of success, but to actually make a good game within the same franchises in canon. And again, it's like, okay, good, I'll take that. It's not like I don't want to see more Hades or anything. I enjoyed it. It's just like, I always get nervous when it feels like people are making sequels to stuff just because it was popular, not because they actually have something to do with the sequel, right? That the sequel makes sense in the context of things. I'm just cleaning this up a little bit so the selection's better. Just how I should feel today. I kind of thought about doing this from more of a painterly approach, but I was like, whatever, let's just, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. I think we will try and keep it simple. I heard you scream. Yeah, I'll do for now. I guess we'll do the hair next. I was watching a video earlier, so I guess I don't know. There were two videos, and they're kind of related because they're both related to artificial intelligence and robotics. But the first one was looking at I guess Microsoft is rolling out like a game co-pilot something. It's very weird. I guess it's sort of like they already have that game bar thing, which I never use. But essentially they're sort of adding like an AI thing that you can ask it questions and it can like look up information on the game or provide guides or remind you about stuff, and I'm just like, seems really shitty. It seems really shitty. And I think the more sort of concerning aspect of it is it seems like the main thing that it is interested in doing or trying to do is replace. It is trying to replace the sort of organic sharing of information that people already do when they produce tutorials and guides and, you know, start forum threads and whatnot. It's like, why talk to another person when you have this AI companion bot that will answer all the questions for you? It's like, one, because the AI sucks. And two, I don't know, the humans tend to answer better. Hello Artemis, happy Thursday, welcome in. Hope you're doing well, hope you're having a good week. I'm doing okay. It has been a real blood of a day. It's very frustrating, but I'm chilling with the tunes now. I'm trying out some artwork. It's all key complete. How are you? I'm gonna try something. Okay, so what I want to do is we're gonna take this and we're just gonna move this up like so. There you go. I think he will do. Mostly just thinking about how I want to crop this. So if we crop it square, it would basically look like that. Honestly, don't hate that. Yeah, the Metal Gear ODST. ODST, yes. It's just a little bit too low. Or like the eyes are a bit too high. I don't know. I guess it's fine. It's fine for now, at least. We'll figure out where it's... if there's something about it that isn't quite resonating. Something about it still feels a little bit off compositionally, but I'm not quite sure how to balance it out. I think once we get into the painting phase, I might have a bit of an easier time. So the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure Invisible just got Mandela affected into the Metal Gear Solid soundtrack. Because the song that's actually in the game is The Man Who Sold the World. But I don't believe Invisible is ever actually in the game. I could be wrong. It's just kind of a good enough song that nobody cares. Like, whatever, you roll, you can stay. Yeah, Sold the World's alright. Invisible's better though, in my opinion. Let's just do this really quickly because you're gonna sketch people's eyes and eyes. I'm just gonna grab all of this. Oh, I guess this part too. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to crop the hand off. Which does suck, because I really wanted to get some good practice in, but this, I think this just sits better compositionally. The Walkman research. But what I will be able to study, I saw a good little like reference on some skin material on Pinterest. It was like, oh, this would be good. This makes sense. Of course, I didn't save it, so I'm just gonna kind of be doing the whole thing from memory, but that's okay. My question. The thing with this is always if I do a warm shading A warm lighting. Background should probably be cooler. This is the absence of the warm light, but I think we can just do like a muted tone instead of actually cool. That'll probably be fun. It's only like if I want to really do something in opposition, really go stark with the lighting, that I should do something that is the opposite. Yeah, I had a couple ideas with this. We can play with a few things and sort of see what feels nice. I didn't color in the leaf. I should probably do that. It'll look very weird otherwise. We're probably never gonna get another Zone of the Enders, are we? I'm not sure that's even... I'm not sure Konami even remembers they own that property. They probably don't. Unfortunate. Alrighty, Artemis. I hope it goes okay. Doesn't give you too much trouble or nothing. Appreciate the lurk. A little strong. Alright. Try one thing really quickly. This might be cool, but it might look like butts. We're gonna try it and see what it says. Apparently it doesn't like schizo. Okay, I kinda like that. I like that actually. There we go. Alright, cool. Alright, well at least gives us a good palette to play with, and then we can just kind of go from there. I don't think it's a particularly clean sketch, but we're mostly going for speed on this one. Thank you. Yes, we're gonna play around with it, see how it looks. I just kind of felt like doing something to usher in the fall tonight. I always love autumn. I love when it starts to cool down. I am gonna miss riding my bike. Weather's gonna start being not so supportive of that soon, but fall is easily my favorite season. Plus, we'll still get a little bit of time with it, you know? Not done just yet. Though I was out on my ride yesterday and there was signage up that they were like, hey, so we found a weak, I think it's one of the like water drain systems, you know, that sort of controls the runoff down to the lake. It's like, yeah, so we found a weakness in this and we need to deal with it before it, you know, breaks and causes catastrophic damage. So the trail from here to here is going to be closed off fully for half of October and then partially going into November. And I'm like, well, shit. I mean, fair, you gotta deal with that, because if you don't deal with it now, it's gonna be a much bigger problem in the future, but kinda sucks. Between that and they're doing construction on another part of the trail that's gonna knock it out of commission into going into next year. It's like, okay, so this trail is basically unusable until like late spring. Well, it's not unusable. It's gonna be effectively unusable until the emergency work is done. But it's not gonna be like fully opened up again for half a year. It's gotta get done. You just never want to actually take the time or effort to do it, you know? Okay, one thing I do want to sort of try doing with this, sort of an artistic decision here, or stylistic decision, I want to try effectively color grading this. I think that's the right term. So essentially we're sort of capping the lower bound of how dark this can go. We're saying like we're gonna keep things more into the mid-tones. I think the only, well, I was gonna say the only exception would be the eyelashes, but I think it might actually look cool if we bring those up as well. So we'll try it and we'll see how we feel. You know, I'm not using any like, value checks. I'm just sort of eyeballing it, but I think it could give a nice look. I don't know, some of the experimentation we've been doing recently has been very satisfying. Yeah. So, yeah, on one end, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Microsoft. Microsoft, well, no, I think it is. I think it is fairly. I think it is fairly self-explanatory. I think Microsoft is invested an insane amount into artificial intelligence, and they need to show something for it. So they're trying to find any excuse that they can to shoehorn it into everything they can think to. And it continues, at least in my view, it continues to be a thing that people kind of view as a novelty, but don't really want in vast quantity. I feel like even the people that are more sort of advocates for it are still not necessarily like really blown away with its application. On the other end, there was a video I was watching, I linked it on Discord, so looking at the state of modern robotics, especially getting sort of towards what seems like the early days of commercial robotics. And we're almost getting to a point where we might start to see robots become consumer products and be able to do work about the house instead of, you know, just work in like factories and such. Though they were showing apparently one of the Boston Dynamic designs. Apparently, I don't know if it was Hyundai. I guess it was Hyundai. Apparently bought Boston Dynamics. So I guess they had a series of Boston's machines go work in the automotive factory, doing tasks. It's like, oh, okay. So we're at that point, I guess. And I guess the learning models that are being used for AI generation, like ChatGPT and all that, has been very helpful in teaching machines how to respond to different scenarios and building up their environmental recognition, situational recognition. Improving, you know, okay, if we give you this sample pack, the sample of all these different scenarios and objects and definitions of what they are, you know, we give you all this data, and now we've also improved the model by which they examine and understand it. And technology is improving pretty dramatically. Which is cool. Potentially it's very good. But I think the big, I guess, danger that I see with all of it is, once again, there are all these ideas about what to do. Or, like, to quote Jurassic Park, there's a lot more consideration being put into whether it is possible. I guess I'm paraphrasing. There's a lot of consideration being put into whether it is possible and not what should be done. We're considering what the unexpected outcomes, the consequences should be. The technology is certainly very exciting, and there's plenty of applications for it. But what's going to happen when those applications get rolled out? That is the concern I see. And sort of almost the opposite of the other drawing. It's like just kind of letting things sit a little more mid-tone, right? A little more subdued. I do actually want to try bringing up the eyelashes. Why do I always make gradients for myself to suffer through later? Why do I do this to myself every time? Maybe it's because gradients are sexy, I know that, but I keep doing it. Think of this, lit a match, close the door, with the flash, Greyhound station, paid in cash. They say it's darkest before the dawn. Oh, excuse me. I think I've been sort of wrestling with, I suppose. So I've never been particularly good about posting my work online. I tend to be much more focused on the making of work, on the process of making it, than actually posting anything, on sharing it or recording it, as I'm sure you have all noticed. But I feel like there's just, I don't know, the landscape of posting online these days just feels very unwelcoming. Like, it's hard to find platforms that feel okay or safe to post on, either out of concern of stuff getting scraped, or just the general sort of difficulty getting noticed online. Is just kind of like, it feels like it's more effort than it's worth in a lot of cases. And so I'm kind of left wondering, like, you know, I want to share the work, but a lot of times the people that I'm, you know, the most sort of, I guess I would say, concerned with showing tend to be on Discord. So if they already see it, then, you know, the main thing that I'm trying to do by posting it to social media is get out to a wider audience, which is not a bad thing to do, right? but it just feels less and less like a place that is safe or worth posting to.
Look, I know you miss her, man.
That sucks.
But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night, alone, in a river of darkness.
How do I knock this down? I did not. Oh.
Different stories pass, faces without names. Forget why I came here, and I forget why I stayed. And I wonder if they'd notice if I slipped away. What if I kept going? If I don't get off tonight? What if I ride this to the edges, through the darkness to the light? Couldn't find you. Where could I find you? There. If I slipped away. What if there's no answer? We're all just hearts that have to fight through the dangers of the rapids, through the darkness to the light. Could I find you? There, could I find you? There. If I slipped away.
A little bit of this to put on the top of here. So, and then you thin that sheet down a little bit more. Where did my leaf reference go? There you are. Oh, excuse me. Alright. I'm gonna try and do a couple of things. I'm gonna try to knock this little notch that I wanted to do off. It just looks a little bit weird. We can add some break up to the shape of the leaf in a little bit if we feel like it, but I just don't like how it's sitting. It feels a little bit too artificial and knobbly. Yeah, this hair is too high up. Bring it down a little bit. Well, as much as I am gonna miss riding my bike, which I speak like, you know, it's already over. It's not over just yet, but we are gonna get back into Beat Saber season, which is a good time. I enjoy Beat Saber, I tend not to play it very much when I can get outside. Frankly, when it's good bike riding weather, it tends to be too hot in the house to comfortably play Beat Saber. So it kind of works out. Like, alright. Let me see if I can find some songs to add to the library. Oh, excuse me. Everybody should get a little bit of stretching in while you're if you're just sitting there. Come on, pop them joints. SCK tattooed on my knuckles for snap, crackle, and pop. Take flight, please begin to reunite. Night, again, I'm gonna try one thing, just so I'm thinking about it before I forget. See, I like the color of it. That's not bad. That's kind of fun. See, I like it with just... Even like that color by itself is pretty nice. It's just we're kind of losing the detail. Ooh, there we go. I like that. Look up to the sky and dream of me, Utopia. There we go, that feels good. Also, it's kind of nice just going with the color blending brush and just kind of treating it like painting, you know, just kind of smudging the colors around, blending them together. This feels very, very natural. I think there are definitely methods of digital art that are very, very digital, right? They sort of lean on things that you can only do with digital tools, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I think for me, what works best is a combination of a digital toolkit with more traditional understanding. Right. Or bridging the gap a little bit. Which isn't to say that my fundamentals are all there, but I think I've gotten at least a bit better this year. Though it would really help if I actually did some figure drawing. Until that someone starting out in art should still begin with pencil and paper. I 100% agree. I absolutely agree with that. I think otherwise you kind of run the risk of just like, I don't know, almost trying to like do too much at once, I guess, is a way to look at it. Like you're trying to learn the digital tools, but you don't have anything to do with them, if that makes sense. You know, I see work that people do that is very, very good. It's very cool, and I love it. I think would be very difficult to replicate traditionally, right? I feel like it really leverages the strengths and advantages of digital work. Of using software to create artwork. And that's great. I see some people that use digital art to do illustration that has a very sort of traditional feel, or to just try and one-on-one, one-to-one recreate the feel of traditional media. I think that's great too. I think it is good that there are so many ways to express yourself and everyone can sort of find something that works well for them. I can certainly be snooty and elitist at times, but anyone that seriously tries to gatekeep what is and is not a valid form of creation, as long as you're making it yourself. Gotta include that caveat. Go for it, I will say, I have a friend, still a friend. Speaking in past tense, what made it sound like we're not friends anymore. Well, that's not true. We're still very good friends. I don't know how much he does it still, but he messed around with like using stable diffusion to make some images and whatnot, and never like professed it to be the same thing as making art by hand. Right? It was just something that he was kind of doing to play around with ideas and generate stuff just to kind of see what it did. I don't know. I guess I'm fine with that. In those instances, I don't really have any issue with the use of the tool. It's more the means by which the tool was made that I still take issue with. That part is still problematic, but why are you not? Oh, because I turned the alpha masking on. Yes, I feel like if someone wants to seriously follow artistic practice, I think there is a substantial value. I'm not going to necessarily say a requirement, but I think there's a huge benefit to starting with something more traditional and working your way over to digital from there. And I know I've said this before, but most of the art classes that were the most beneficial for me in terms of overall technique were traditional art classes, were oil painting and sculpting and figure drawing. The digital classes were certainly beneficial. I had an independent study with a professor where a lot of what we went over was doing digital illustrations, and we were thinking a lot about composition and color combinations and lighting and all of that. But those ideas were still built on a traditional understanding. Composition, color theory, lighting, anatomy, all those things. The expectation was still you're going to get this through observational drawing and traditional study. That said, how much do I actually draw with pencil and paper now? Very, very little. I still take a sketchbook with me when I travel and whatnot, just because, I might be like at the airport or something and I want to draw, but I can't exactly set up my computer. Some people will have a tablet, will have like, oh, what's the free program that is available on iPad people like? I'm blanking on the name. Clip Studio has a mobile version, but you gotta subscribe for that, and I ain't doing that. The iPad that I have, I think it does have pen support, like you can draw with a pen on it, but it's like the first model of iPad that had pen support, so it's not like as pressure sensitive. The pen isn't as nice. I think. I haven't really messed with it. But, all this is like, or I could just have a sketch pad with a pencil, and I'm good to go. Heavy paint? Maybe. Might have been heavy paint. Might have been Krita on mobile? Might have been Krita. I don't remember. Point being, or I could just have a sketch pad and I'm good to go. Don't have to worry about subscriptions or battery levels. I'm just good. I think the last time I really used a sketch pad regularly was when I was commuting to work. That was like 5 years ago. Oh god, I'm old! The funny thing is, Google Maps still has my old work address plugged in. It still has that labeled as where I work. It still has my old home address, because, like, Google, you don't need to know that. You're fine. Ooh.
headlights, staring deep. You can design on the asphalt underneath our cross plans and my lines. Lonely street signs, our lines, they keep on flashing by, and we keep driving into the night. It's a late goodbye, such a late goodbye, and we keep driving into the night. It's a late goodbye. Your hand, heart upon my cheek, and we cross that line. You're making it strong. When I was feeling, can we cross that one time? Screaming stop signs, staring white lights keep on flashing by, and we keep driving into the night. It's a late goodbye, such a late goodbye. We keep driving into the night. It's a late goodbye. The devil grins from ear to ear when he sees the hand he still does. Points at your flaming hair and then we're playing hide and seek. I can't breathe easy here, this our trail's gone cold behind us. Till in the John mirror you stare at yourself grown old and weak. We keep driving to the night. It's a late goodbye, such a late goodbye. We keep driving to the night.
Shit, they found me.
Such a late goodbye.
We keep driving to the night.
It's a late goodbye, such a late goodbye. We keep driving to the night. It's a late goodbye, such a late goodbye.
Okay, I should clean these eyes up. They're not looking too great. But not too great. They look like shit.
The world is mine. Nobody else in here. It's time, run wild and royally cavalier to burn, ignite. I do it for so much less when all is made clear. There is nothing else, and here we stand, the sweet, arresting duality, and I come to
Alright, that's a bit better. He's going in the right direction. Just clean up some of the shape. Right.
in the stream of choices, where the
Okay, I think this is coming along pretty well.
Without names, we're fantasizing.
So I want the lead to be big enough to obscure the lower things, but you can still get the hint of a smile underneath. Adjust the coverage a little bit. Maybe put a little bit more sparkle into the eye. To help me get that sense of mirth and excitement. Getting there. Okay, I think I know how I want to do this. Because right now, I'm sure I got one side of the leaf showing. We'll use this sort of lighter yellow and sort of fold it over, right? Like that.
I can't stand the pain of love.
Just want to get a little asymmetry into it, right? Don't want it to just be like a pictographic flat flower, pictographic leaf. It doesn't have any dimension to it. Pour myself some more tea real quick. Oh! Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I forgot. I got a little thing of chocolate that I wanted to have. When I was visiting, I saw my cousin, he had some Mexican chocolate they gave us. It's Ramino Evelana. The milk chocolate with like a hazelnut nougat in the middle. It's very good. It tastes like a, you know those wafer cookies? It tastes a lot like one of those. There we go. Still not quite sure what I want to do with the bottom of the drawing here. This feels a bit weird to have it be like this empty space. All the rushing around to get the stream ready, I forgot about it. There we go. Where are you going? There you go. Yeah, what do we do down here? What do we do with this space? It's not really doing much of anything, you know? It's just kind of awkward. I mean, it doesn't harm the composition, but it's not helping it either. Oh, excuse me. I'm just gonna put on the lo-fi for a little bit. What an appropriate season. Really, is there a better season for lo-fi? I don't think there is. There you go. Okay. Let's clean this up a little bit. Cool. Alright. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Right, I guess it's gonna be run up through here a little bit. Okay, yeah, this makes sense. Good. Soften this up a little bit. Create some distinction. Why is that fucking car back? Alrighty, mage. Appreciate you hanging out. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Yes, beds are for sleeping, not chairs. Gogo Beach. Really sort of kick this up a little bit, yeah. A little bit along here. Gonna have to do a bunch of cleaning this weekend because we have to get the carpets cleaned as part of our lease. They're coming on Monday, which means I gotta get everything out of the way so that they can come in and do their job. Be a lot of cleaning this weekend, moving stuff around, getting stuff out of the way. To do anyway, but just kind of like, alright, well, I guess that's a good chunk of my weekend. Whatever. I'll probably be glad for it once it's done. Just have a more organized space. What is this, the trouble of keeping a space organized, you know? Why you gotta have company over, it keeps you forced to have a decently clean space. How do I keep setting the mask on? Very weird. I will say, once this season of Dress Up Darling finishes, I'm probably gonna go hunt down the manga. Because this season took a while to come out. To the point that, you know, there was a lot of question about whether there was going to be a second season. I have not looked to see if a third season has been greenlit. It's probably gonna be a while before it's ready to go, you know? So I feel like I would not mind just skipping ahead a little bit. Going on ahead with the story and enjoy it in both formats. I do think I enjoy anime more than I enjoy manga, for the most part. Nothing against manga, I think it's good. I think for me, the combination, one, the animation is a big deal, right? A well animated show, I think, can do a lot for it. But two, the combination of medium, I think, can really elevate what's already a good story. I think it can add a lot to a story regardless, but, you know, having a good soundtrack, good voice acting, good visual direction for the animation and the cell shots, I think can add a lot to a show, even when it already has a lot going for it. Right, like Frieren was already a good story in the manga. It already had a lot of strengths to look at or to point to. But then to take that and add a kick-ass soundtrack, really good voice acting, beautiful backgrounds, I would say the only thing that it typically loses, and this varies a lot from project to project, is there can be a lot of really beautiful, like, hand-done detail in manga that is virtually impossible to transfer into animation, right? Because when you're drawing a single comic pane, a single comic cell, a single coma, whatever term you want to use for it, yeah, there are a lot of consistencies that the author is trying to maintain, going from cell to cell, making sure that it all feels consistent, looks good. But there's gonna be just little interesting things that they do in the shading or in the line work, the particular way that they render an expression that just like works in that moment. It fits in just the right way, and it has like just these little micro details or imperfections that when you're trying to do animation, you're animating on 2s or 3s, you're trying to get so many frames rendered per second. I think it's really hard to have all of those beautiful little details and carry it through each frame consistently. I think that is the particular beauty of manga and comics that tends to get lost when they are animated. But for me, I personally am willing to give those details up. I enjoy the aspects of an animation project enough that that's not such a particular loss to me. Well, I imagine there are some people where those details are really important. That particular, the feeling of the comic is really important. I think the other thing that is really unique to the comic and manga medium is that there isn't a set rate that you are experiencing the story unfold, right? Like, there's nothing in a show, there's nothing in moving media, live action, animated, cinematic, that really sort of captures that feeling of flipping the page and you have a 2-page wide single comic frame that is just immaculate detail, margin to margin, and really like requires you to stop and just take in the entire thing, see everything that is happening simultaneously. Right? Getting to sort of pause and enjoy and bask in a moment, really appreciate it on a frame by frame level, does not hit the same way when it's animated. Like, there are absolutely beautiful frames in animation. You can absolutely, like in Your Name or Suzume, Weathering with You, there are absolutely single frames of those movies that are entire art pieces by themselves, right? But the movies themselves rarely stop. Like, they can't stop and let you just sort of appreciate them, right? Some will, insofar as a scene will sort of sit and let itself exist quietly for a couple seconds maybe. But the movie's got a runtime, the show's got a runtime, and that shit gotta go. So it can never really sort of just allow itself to exist and be appreciated in the way that a book can, a comic can, a manga can. And again, I don't think either of these are inherent indicators that one medium is better than the other. There are things that I personally appreciate that make it so that a particular medium might be preferable. You know, even if I did go and read the manga for Dress Up Darling, I would still really want it to be, you know, adapted to the anime, because I really love the energy that the voice actors bring to it. I love the colors and the rendition of the show. And I would really want to see that, even if I've read the manga and I know what's going to happen. I still want to see it play out in the conditions of the show. Okay, let's put a little bit of detail into the sleeve. I like where it's at. Easy. Why does it look like it's... My god. I hate the internet. I don't like the internet anymore. Dang it. I feel like I had it, and then I undid it. And now I regret that. That's pretty good. I had a good rendition and then I threw it away. Because I thought I could do it better and I was wrong. I was so wrong! And I'm sorry. What? Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's very noisy out tonight. I apologize if you guys can hear that. What? I swear the police cars are out doing their mating calls or something. Okay, I'm missing a little detail. I need the rings in the eye. Clean this up a little bit, get the shape a bit nicer. It's like a little blobby. Cool. Cool. Quite happy with how these are coming along. Yeah. Alright, let's rework them a little bit. We can do this better. We have the technology. We have the know-how. Okay, yeah, I see what I'm doing wrong. I'm seeing what I need to do. I think I would know how to draw my own eyes. Evidently not. Yeah, it feels way better. I like that a lot more. Alright, so now we just got it here. You know what? We haven't flipped it yet. Let's just flip it for good measure, make sure we didn't miss anything too important. I think we missed one particular detail. And then I do want to bring this over a little bit farther. That should do it. Okay, what was I gonna do? Right, the other eye. Yeah, this one's looking better, I think. It's looking a little oblong. Just take this and sort of nudge it such that the pupil is more centered. Bring this around to the side a little bit. Good. I could try and copy paste it over, but I think it's worth it to try and do the process by hand. Make sure that it's feels right. I find a lot of times if I do try and cheat it by copying the iris from one eye over to the other, it doesn't fit in the other eye quite right. It always feels a little bit off. The shape, the positioning doesn't quite line up. So I figure it's probably a better idea just to do this manually anyway. shape's a little bit. Don't do that. There we go. Nice. I'll just clean this up. There we go. Okay, and then one of the things I was noticing after I flipped it is it feels like there should be like the curve of the eye on this side feels like it's not getting matched on this side, so this needs to come up a little bit more like that. Need to round this out like so. Yeah. Little bit of a outline right there. I think we can actually go a little bit higher on this side. Yeah. Okay, and then I'm gonna come in behind because I think where we are at, we could see a little bit of the hair backside. Like so. think in D&D, if you upcast Vicious Mockery at a high enough level, they can't even tell it's coming from somewhere else. It just sounds like their own internal monologue. I feel like that would do the most psychic damage possible, that you're just sort of hijacking their internal thoughts and turning them against them. Because the way it's always presented is like a power word, that you're saying something, but it carries a magically imbued weight to it that makes it hard to ignore. I feel like if you made the spell strong enough to the victim, it would just be indistinguishable from their own thoughts. That's real psychic damage right there. it's about done. I'm just sort of polishing up a few details. Still not 100% on the cropping here, but I think it's fine. I think we can try one thing just to see if I feel a bit better about it at the end of the day. Let's try a bit of an implication thing. Honestly, that kind of helps a lot. I think without it, it's just kind of like a floating head, which looks a little bit weird. Whereas this gives a better overall form, in my opinion. This kind of helps explain the composition of the moment a bit better, I think. Let's flip it back and see how it looks. Okay, I'm gonna try something because I feel like the gaze is not white centered. I want to see if I can fix that. Up a little bit just to match the sheep. Yeah, that feels better. So now we just gotta work that in. You know, I've had kind of an itch to go play an older MMO. Not really sure which one. I think despite everything, I still really like MMOs. I haven't been playing one in, at this point I'd say over a year. Probably closer to 2 years. I don't know how long it's been because I kind of soft quit Final Fantasy 14 a while ago. Yeah, like I jumped on Dune, which has some MMO elements, but I wouldn't really call it one. Kind of a similar deal with No Man's Sky. Like it has multiplayer, it has a social hub, but it doesn't really have like substantial group mechanics. It's more just kind of like you can hang out in the same space as your friends. Here. Sorry, maybe go on adventures, you know, do a couple of missions, but you know, it doesn't have like, it doesn't really have any gameplay that's like, oh yeah, you know, you gotta group up for this. And I was talking with my family about this while we were visiting, that I feel like, you know, I would say it really began with WoW, and then, you know, WoW over the iterations really sort of you can see how the game evolved, and a lot of the MMO design philosophy sort of evolved at the same time, whether it was because of WoW or because WoW was reacting to introductions by other games. But yeah, nowadays we have what is often referred to as the sandbox MMO. Or not the sandbox, the theme park MMO. There are sandboxes too, but the theme park MMO is what I meant to bring up, and that is sort of the idea of you log in, you have a to-do list, you have your dailies, you have your weeklies, so you log in, you do those, maybe you'll do a little bit of extra content, you'll play a mini game or something, and then you log off. You log in tomorrow, you do the same thing. You show up, you pay your admittance, you ride the rides, and then you go home, right? And doing that, you know, provides a very structured, reliable, decently entertaining game that I think especially, I get the sense that the MMO audience generally has gotten older. Like if you had a population graph of MMO players, you know, I think a lot of them picked up playing MMOs in like the 2000s. And, you know, now they are 10, 15, 20 years older than that. They have different expectations on how their time is going to be spent, right? They can't stay up all night grinding in a party to level up or to go after a particular recipe or a rare item or whatever. It's like I have like maybe 2 hours that I can dedicate to this. I want to make tangible and observable progress towards a goal. So then alright, so we got this. But I think MMOs have sort of worked themselves a bit into a corner because the people that MMOs sort of by design to a certain degree, I would say they cannot have the most complicated gameplay systems, right? They can't have the most engaging combat or most robust systems in terms of gameplay because everything that they do has to be transmitted over the internet. You know, this was a huge problem back in the days of Lineage and RuneScape and Classic WoW and Final Fantasy 11 and Guild Wars, where, you know, most people were working off of dial-up and DSL. You know, cable internet was not readily available to most people, if anybody, really. And so, you know, if you wanted to, they had to make sure that whatever data was being transmitted, you know, couldn't be too big and would reliably show up on the other side. So the complexity of the game and the commands that were being sent back and forth had to stay pretty simple, or at least come at a slow enough pace that it wouldn't cause problems for the system. You know, that has definitely become less of an issue over time as internet quality and reliability has improved. It's still a problem for many people, right? Not everybody is in areas where they have access to consistent high-speed internet, so there's definitely something that needs to be aware of, and is probably still to some degree a limiting factor in how much or how quickly an MMO can expect to throw challenges, throw mechanics, and have that data back and forth with their player. Yeah, as a consequence of that, I think people that want a more mechanically challenging or robust game are going to, and don't care so much about the MMO aspects, are going to move on to other games that cater more specifically to that thing that they want, right? They might go over to something like Monster Hunter, they might go to a battle royale or an extraction shooter, or something that, you know, really sort of engages them more mechanically. And then, yeah, they don't get the sort of online social aspect, but that wasn't really something that they might have cared about that much anyway, so not a huge loss in that regard. And the people that do care about that MMO aspect, about having a place, a space, a world that they're entering into, and that they have, you know, a social interaction with people, be it real life friends that they're meeting up with, or a guild that they have, you know, come to know and spend a lot of their time with and enjoy the company of. I imagine no small number of those players are looking at modern MMOs and are kind of seeing them as treadmills. It's like, yeah, I've got my group here and I really enjoy their company, but if I didn't have them, would I be playing the game? How much am I actually enjoying playing the game and being in the space? You know, when I was starting to lose interest with 14, I would definitely sort of go out of my way to engage with the physical space of the game more, right? I would use fast travel less, I would fly around more, I would really appreciate more of the expanse of the game. Because, yeah, the devs have put all this work into making a world that was very beautiful. And I really wanted that to be somewhere that I could be in and enjoy. You know, of all, I would say New World was not a particularly successful game in a lot of ways, but one of the things that I did really enjoy about it was the sense of a space that I got to know. You know, I had this city. It was sort of my regular, that was my go-to location, right? That was sort of my home base. And all of my stuff was there. It was where I would planned out what I was going to do. And then, you know, once I decided where I was going to go and what I was going to do, I would leave, and I knew, okay, if I head out west, I'm going to run into, you know, this homestead, and there's going to be zombies there. If I go south, I'm going to sort of go up these hills, and there's going to be like bears and wildcats and stuff, so I can sort of prepare to navigate around that, and then this, that, and the other. You know, I did quite enjoy the robustness of the world, and I enjoyed that it felt like a world that I was challenged to engage with, not just one that I had to get through as fast as I can to get to the actual content of the game. The New World, when they were setting out to create it, they did intend to make a more old-fashioned style MMO, but what I understand is they got a lot of feedback sort of saying we don't like how this is going, and so then they tried to like modernize it, make it more appealing to a modern audience, and then they wound up with a weird kind of halfway situation that no one was quite happy with. Oh, ultimately, no. I'm pretty sure New World is still going. I'm pretty sure it's still up and running. I don't think it ever really hit the targets that anyone was hoping for. But I think a lot of those MMO players that really want like the massive RPG, right? So you have the multiplayer online players that are going to go to more challenging games, more robust games. And then you have the massively RPG players that really want like a world to exist in and a world to engage with, not just game mechanics to play, but you know, a space that they can get familiar with and enjoy and call their own. And I get the feeling a lot of them are looking to older MMOs. They're looking to Final Fantasy XI, they're looking to old school RuneScape, they're looking even to WoW Classic, though my understanding is WoW Classic kind of just continues to tick up through the expansion packs. It's basically just syndicated WoW. So I don't know how satisfying that experience might be to them, but you know, if it is, more power to them. You know, some people are going to Guild Wars 2 or even all the way back to Guild Wars 1. Just because, like, yes, these games are less sophisticated. They don't have as many of the modern lessons and quality of life polish and bells and whistles that modern MMOs do. A lot of them are jank as shit, but there is a certain charm that just comes from the feeling of some devs in the early 2000s being like, yeah, we're gonna use these like Windows XP computers and we're gonna put together this wild, crazy world. And the expectation is that you're gonna run around in it and just do stuff. And you know, we'll throw challenges at you, and you got to figure out how to overcome them. You know, we don't have this like highly regimented gamified system that's like tailored to perfection for maximum engagement and statistically balanced, you know, cost benefit analysis bullshit. It's like, I don't know, we put together a crafting system. Go make potions. Make sure you know what cardinal direction you're facing, because that is important. Unfortunately, you know, there is sort of the because MMOs require upkeep, right? They require development costs, they require maintenance to keep the servers running, to keep the studio going. So I think there are a lot of these older MMOs that were popular at one time and faded in popularity because newer, flashier, more exciting, more modern games came along and, you know, took everyone's attention, understandably so. And then, you know, the numbers didn't work anymore. The money in from subscriptions or expansion sales or whatever the case may be was not enough to keep up with the cost of just keeping the game going, never mind making new content for it. And so a lot of the older MMOs are gone because they were like, this doesn't, we can't afford to keep the game going, we have to shut it down. And of course, with it being an online game, once the servers are gone, the game is gone. Maybe the code for it is sitting around somewhere and they could release like a peer-to-peer private server system. Or if it seems like there's enough demand for it, they could look at setting up some servers and bringing the game back to life, but that's rare. Especially since a lot of times the developers, you know, may well have gone out of business in the process. Gone out of business or moved on, or the license changed hands. So it's like, okay, well, who would you even talk to now to bring back City of Heroes or whatever? God, if you wanted to bring back Star Wars Galaxies, who would even be the one to talk to? Because I'm pretty sure, no, I'm 100% sure Star Wars Galaxies was pre-Disney acquisition. So who would be responsible for owning that MMO and deciding whether or not to bring it up, bring it back from the dead? Of course, everyone would want it to be pre-Jedi. My understanding is that the introduction of the easy access to the Jedi class is what killed the game. Every story I've seen about that game was like, yeah, this was awesome and like way ahead of its time and super special. And then they just made Jedi like really easy to get access to, really easy to build your character up to be a Jedi, and the game died. Because it just introduced such a level of power imbalance that it just stopped being fun. Whereas, you know, like before that, and I never played Galaxies. This is just what I have heard from other people who have and recount the stories. You know, but sort of in the start of the game, the Jedi class was like getting a rare weapon. in another MMO. You know, it was something that you had to work very hard for. It took a lot of effort, and once you did unlock it, it was like a prestige thing. Like, people would see a Jedi and go, oh, holy shit, it's a fucking Jedi. And they were accordingly balanced for that. You know, they were that strong because they were kind of... It was hard to get to the point where you could do that. But then they made it much easier to access, and it just sort of became a thing of everybody's playing Jedi. And it just kind of threw everything off balance. You know, Star Wars The Old Republic sort of tried to balance that by saying, well, you know, sort of in the state of this war, in their respective capabilities, the troopers, the bounty hunters, the Imperial agents and all that, all of them are sort of able to contend with each other, except in the most extreme cases. You know, the Jedi and Sith Masters, yes, they can just kind of beat the shit out of everyone, but you're not those people. If you are a Jedi, if you are a Force user, you're a little more run-of-the-mill. You know, this is a galaxy that has been at war for 45 years, so the people that are engaging in combat have to know their trade very well. Force users are going to have a hard time just walking over people. I don't know. It is very interesting, and I think we definitely still see, obviously we see a lot of online games still being released. You know, online games are not going anywhere. We see a lot of games with MMORPG elements to them. But MMORPGs are very hard to make. It seems like Korea is one of the only countries that has a regular appetite for making and playing MMOs. Everyone else, we get one occasionally, and we just kind of have to hope it's good. Amazon keeps buying the localization rights to Korean MMOs, hoping like this'll be the one. This'll be the one that everyone loves and picks up and enjoys. And so far, they have not been particularly successful in that regard. But you know what? Maybe next time, fellas. Sorry, I'm just pouring out the last of my tea. I don't know. Like, on one hand, if you made a really good MMO with a really fun space to interact with, and you know, long-term goals that you would be setting for yourself that would take weeks or months to accomplish, you know, me with my full-time job and my streaming and my exercise, I would not have a lot of time that I could be dedicating to this game. Like, would I be satisfied playing a game, logging in, playing for a few hours, and knowing that the culmination of my efforts could still be 2 months away or a month away? I don't know. On paper, Yes. I feel like if you could split the goal up into micro goals, right? Like, okay, right now I'm focusing on this objective. This objective plus these other objectives will allow me to hit this long-term goal. I feel like that would work. I feel like that could be satisfying, and it would be satisfying in a short enough play loop that it wouldn't feel like the rewards are forever away. Right? There's still a sense of satisfaction of, oh, I can get there eventually. I just need to keep at it. If you make everything too easily achievable, then nothing feels rewarding. And I know I've said this before, but that was a big issue that I had with Elite Dangerous of, when I started playing. I was looking at all the ships and thinking about which one I wanted, which one I was going after, and then I saw the Alliance Chieftain and I was like, ooh, that's my girl, I want that. Give me that. And then I got it. And it took way less time than I thought it was going to take, and I went, oh, cool, okay, I have this really cool ship. What do I do now? Like, yeah, I'm gonna use the chieftain to run around and do bounty hunting and whatnot, but like, what is my objective now? What is my goal now? I thought getting a medium-sized ship would take me like at least twice as long as it ended up doing. No, I wasn't even like following any guides to min-max my income to get to a point where I could do it. I was just taking good jobs and hauling cargo. So I don't know. I mean, there are a few MMOs that are still in development. There is Ashes of Creation, which is kinda... It's not quite in the level of Phantasy Star Citizen, but it is in that territory of where the hell is this game? Is it happening? We would like it to still be happening. Please let us know what's going on. My understanding is they're like working on it. They're still testing it with groups, but they're not doing the Star Citizen thing where the development is like highly public and you can see like everything that's going on every month. It's going slow. It's an MMO, and when they have a properly big announcement, we can expect to hear something, but we don't know when that's going to be. There is a game still in a very early stage of development called Project Ghost, which has some interesting ideas about it. There's some like roguelike exploration elements to it, something you might vaguely call extraction mode-esque, where you like go into instance areas and explore as long as you can, collecting materials and loot and whatnot, and fighting bosses until it's time to go. So you might call it like Elden Ring Night Raid-esque, you might call it extraction-esque. And then they have more like traditional MMO open world areas with, different grades of PvP. So that one has some potential, and I think, the quality of the world and the sense of exploration, I think, is going to be really important. You know, I would say, to me, right, I think that would be very important for me specifically. But again, I am getting the sense that a lot of MMO fans are feeling kind of homeless right now. You know, some of them want, and some of them are really looking for a place to settle to. They're not finding that right now with the MMOs that have been the go-to for a while. It's kind of a weird thing. Because on one hand, I don't feel like it is healthy for the game dev, or the game player to look at a game and expect it to be around forever, right? Like, it's one thing if you're talking about Super Mario Bros. Or Metroid or Castlevania, where it's like this game came out and it is still playable, right? You can still find a cartridge, plug it in, and hook it up to a CRT and play it, right? Or find an emulated copy of the code and play it, right? That's different from, here is this persistent game that is being maintained by people, and I'm treating it like a physical place that is always going to be available. But you know, it is heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking when an MMO goes offline and people, you know, have very real memories that they have associated with this game. You know, friendships that they have made and lost, and experiences that they've had with other people, and, you know, connections to events in their lives that, you know, this game was maybe not pivotal to, but it is associated in their head with those experiences. And, you know, to find out, like, hey, this place, it's like finding out that your school got torn down, or that store that you always went to is gone. It closed, and it's like this place that you are familiar with has disappeared. I don't know where exactly I was going with this, but I don't know. It is a weird relationship that people have with games in general, but I think especially with games that sort of provide, I'm gonna go ahead and call it an escape, even though I think that has some somewhat negative connotations. Yeah, like, you're not actively playing it, but there's something comforting knowing that it still exists. It is still there, even though it is not something you are actively engaging with. Exactly. It remains it remains present, which I think is important. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna end up playing Final Fantasy 11. I'm probably not, if I'm being real about it. But it is kind of nice to know that this thing that I enjoyed when I was much younger is still there. It might not be exactly the same game that I remember, but it is still there. It is still around and people are still enjoying it. I'm glad about that. Right, I'm gonna do one more detail and then I think we'll be ready to call this one good. Yeah, as much as I do not enjoy Final Fantasy 14 the way that I used to, as much as I don't really have much desire to go play it, I don't by any means hate it. I don't think I could ever hate the game. The place that it has been, the things, again, sort of that feeling of like the things that I have experienced, the parts of my life that it has been present for. Maybe not directly impacting, but you know, that it was there at the same time as the experience that I had with the game. I never hate it. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, and I feel like that is one of the things that has really sort of come along this year, is being able to accomplish these ideas very quickly. Feels very nice. I am glad, because I did want this to be a speed paint for tonight. You know, I want to just sort of try this idea out, roll with it, and then we can return to our main drawing on Saturday. But it was like I didn't want to let this one sit for too long. I really wanted to sort of get at it while we're, you know, on the turning of fall. But I also didn't want to distract from the main drawing. So I'm glad it worked out. Yeah, I don't know, there's something really fun about doing something in a slightly more like painterly approach. It's just kind of like, all right, quick sketch, lay it out, looks good, all right, and then we just build it up, right? like I said, I had initially thought to try, like, essentially going completely paint from the bottom up. So, like, would have just blocked it out with an initial color and then sort of worked it up layer by layer, color by color, differentiating things out, refining details. I think if I had done that, it would have taken more time. Because I, you know, it's not a technique that I am as familiar with, and so I would have had to spend more time sort of feeling that through and figuring out, like, okay, how am I gonna get this to work? I think it'd be a fun thing to try to do at some point. It's just, you know, sort of with the things that I'm aiming to accomplish, you know, within the next week or so. Just wouldn't have lined up very well. Okay, so what's the right blend for this? Is it color dodge? Feels a little too hot. Add? Yeah, I think it's add. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, and then let's try one more thing because I just want to see what it looks like. I'm not gonna get this to to select the way that I would like it to, so we're just gonna kind of do it the messy way, and we'll carve it out as we need to. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep this part. I just want to sort of see what a bit of a diffuse glow through the leaf would look like. I think that's pretty nicely. Just that little bit, that little like wash of color through there to sort of reinforce the line work without changing the color of the leaf. I like that. Let me try it just, yeah, like hue is way too much, right? Linear light, way too much. Divide, yes, perfect. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I think that's good. I like it. Fun little speed project for the night. Ooh! Ow! Uh-oh! Oh, that's not a good sound. It's fine. I'm fine. I'm okay. Right. So we're good with that, and there's one last little detail that we need to do. Yes. Good. Yeah, your shape's a little off. Good. Okay. Nice. Well, thank you guys. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate everyone. What's the word? Chilling, being patient while I was out. It's good to see all of you. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Get back to it. On Saturday. Yes, it will be Saturday next. We're gonna be playing some more Horizon. I feel like we're getting close to the end of the DLC. I'm not sure. I definitely don't know. But it feels like we're getting towards... Okay, what I will say is it feels like we're getting towards the end of what I might call Act 2. Right? I feel like we're getting to the point where we sort of rally the troops and then we're gonna go deal with the demon, which I feel like that's gonna be Act 3. It'll be the climax. It's good to be back. I love getting to hang out with you guys. It makes my day. So thank you. Okay, I know what I said. I want to try one thing. I want to try one thing that might improve sort of my opinion of the piece a little bit. Nah, leave it off. I was thinking I wanted to try putting the halo in just to see if that would sort of change the negative space in the way that I liked a bit more, but nah, it's fine. It's fine. Quick test. Worth trying, but we'll leave it up. Alright, good. So yeah, Saturday, Horizon, and then we shall return to, I'm just gonna bring it up very quickly so we can remind ourselves the prize, the target. Oh, I never flipped it back. It's still mirrored. So that'll be our goal for next time. I don't think we're gonna have it done. I don't think we're gonna finish it next stream. I do think we'll finish it next week though. I think that's a reasonable target. I think, yeah, one or two, let's say 2 or 3 more streams. We'll probably be in a pretty good spot with it. I do want to give it a lot of love and attention. I'm really happy with how it's coming along. I'm really pleased with it, so I definitely want to give it that extra time if I feel like it will really help push it a little bit higher, but that is for a later consideration. As for tonight, I'm gonna shut down the YouTube VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube, and we're gonna find somebody that we can raid. Bye, VOD watchers!